Hey, what's up, Nora? Hope you're doing well today. Hey, Ambient. Just selling some stuff off. Got a few quest things I can go turn in. Trying to get money together to be able to buy a fishing rod and bait. And then plan is to do mission 1-3, do some leveling, get up to level 15 so I can start fishing, and then start doing some fishing. Good way to make some money. I'm gonna need a lot of money for sneak and invis. I'm gonna need silent oils and prism powders, especially if I'm gonna try making a run for the dunes or anything to level. I'll probably just solo to 15. And then start getting all that done till I can afford a stack of silence and invis. Trade these. $600 gil and some fame. And then go turn the smooth stone in Windurst Waters.
I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over.
Hey, Stoner Gohan. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 8 months. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well, Gohan. I should be able to go ahead and start 1-3. This one takes me into Gideus, which I can do a little bit of leveling in Gideus, farm up some necklaces. Those are decent to sell, or start trading. For Norg fame. Chariot band up. So once I start going and leveling, it'll go by a little bit faster. Hey, what's up, Dacidul? Didn't think hardcore stuff was allowed on Twitch. They just be letting anything fly these days. Hey, Blush. Nope. She doesn't want it. Does not want that smooth stone. Let me check. 1-3. Top of the Rhinosterian waters. Do I have a build in mind for this character? I'm trying to... My initial goal is to keep it very straightforward. So I'm leveling Monk up to 18 to unlock sub-job. And then once sub-job is unlocked, start leveling Warrior and just have Monk as my sub-job on Warrior. All the way up to 37. And then from there I can switch back to Monk and level Monk the rest of the way to 75. With Warrior good for the sub-job. It's one of the most, like, simple and effective kind of straight shots to end game to level cap. Sure. But once I get to level 30, I might change my mind. I might do an advanced job. Like Ninja or Samurai or something. Something that would pair well with Warrior and Monk. Sorry, trying to make sure I don't miss any steps on this mission. Always sucks to, like, run all the way out somewhere for a quest or for a mission and then realize, oh, there was like one more NPC you were supposed to talk to. So you gotta go all the way back and talk to them and then run all the way back out. Hey, Mr. Triforce. Use my Silent Hill Iceberg videos to go to sleep at night. I'm glad to hear it. Glad you enjoy the videos. Put a lot of work into them. And I'm glad they can be something comforting even if it's just background noise or something to have on while you sleep. I'm the same way. I gotta have stuff on when I'm trying to sleep, so. Makes me glad that my videos can be that same sort of comfort for a lot of people. Just got to make the run out to Gideus. It's a shame Winders doesn't have control of Ceruto right now. Otherwise, I would do the supply mission run. Go ahead and pop Chariot Brand. Eat a sausage. Take kind of a little bit of a longer way around to Gideus. But it goes past some crawler spawns. And I'm gonna need a lot of money for sneaking and viz. And I really want to make sure to have stuff like that just to be able to safely traverse, get to leveling camp areas without having to worry about getting random aggro and losing my hardcore character. Go ahead and fight some bees too. More beehive chips never hurts. I'm pretty close to level 14 as well. Make it a little bit safer going through the Yagudo and Gideus. The areas that I'll be in, none of them are too bad. There's just a lot of them. And if you wind up getting even just like 3 or 4 of them linked, which can happen very quickly, very easily, can be a bad time. Beastman Seal and a beehive chip from that previous bee. Good stuff, good stuff. Was considering streaming tonight, but think I'd rather relax with you on in the background. Just gotta do whatever feels right. feel like you want to play something and you want to stream it. But I definitely understand sometimes you just want to chill. Yesterday wound up being that kind of day for me. I wasn't feeling up for streaming. So I was just chilling and watching other people. There we go. Level 14. One more level to start fishing. Rachel's been dealing with some pretty nasty headaches, or continuous headache for the last few days. But that's why we just kind of play it by ear. Some days your energy's not there. Mind, it's just not in it. You just got to do what you can. Remember putting the Death Stranding vids on while doing the marathon practices? Nice. That's definitely a good, like, comfy background playthrough to watch. Good games. Need to go back and do some Death Stranding replays. There's still a lot of stuff that I didn't get around to doing in 2. And 1 is just fun to revisit. Wonder if there'll be a 3rd one. It's hard to say with Kojima. Like, sometimes I expect the creative, you know, just want to make new stuff, make whatever I want kind of side of Kojima will come out. But he also loves his, like, you know, cinematic epic. It's not like Konami had to twist his arm to make a whole bunch of Metal Gear Solid. Like, he wanted to make a lot of entries in that series himself. Not as many as Konami wanted, necessarily. But he's no stranger to, like, wanting to do sequels and follow-ups to his stories. So I wouldn't be surprised. And Death Stranding 1 and 2 were both, you know, successful. So there's always that aspect of it. Time to sit at the entrance and wait for poison to wear off. Was funny when he announced his new stealth game, saying it's going to be PlayStation 6 exclusive, indirectly confirming the existence of the PS6. True. I mean, it's one of those things where people should expect it anyway. If you know the hardware and everything that's available out there in terms of tech, and how long it's been since the last console release. You can genuinely follow patterns and know that there's going to be another console, a PS6 at some point. Also hinting at how long it'll be before release. I mean, with Kojima, who fucking knows? He could be talking about a stealth game that he's gonna have in development for a decade. Let's go murder a bunch of Yagudos in the name of peace. I'm here to bring them food and drink. See? Food offering, a bag full of food that Yagudo like. I've got stuff here that's a symbol of our friendship. A symbol of friendship between the Yagudo and the Windurstians. But despite that, look at this. They still attack me. So in the name of friendship, I have to murder them all. And take their necklaces. To sell on the black market. Okay, I need to be a little careful. This guy's level 10. You just have a stare off for a bit. Turn-based RPGs. And they had to figure out how to make it still feel somewhat turn-based. Which gives you those nice little stare-down moments. poison. It's a lot closer than I wanted it to be. Just fighting the first couple of Yagudo. I forgot these beginner area ones can be up to level 10. Figured most of them are usually around like 7 or 8. Hey, shadow noises. I'm doing all right. We're chilling, taking it easy today. Making some more progress on our hardcore character. Getting a mission done. Doing some leveling. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Some scrolls we can sell. Don't sell for a lot. Take everything we can get. Nice. Get countered. There we go. There's the drink offering. Now I need to go to the other side with the food offering. No, not paralysis. for Paralyzed to wear off. Top up health. Paralyzed can be brutal in this game because it essentially just like cancels an action, and it'll randomly cancel using items. Like you can have paralysis hit when you try to like eat food or use a ring or try to use like a warp scroll to escape. But it can of course eat trying to use an ability or trying to use a weapon skill. Always kind of scary. Yeah, exactly. When it eats a skill, you still get the cooldown. One of those status effects that always makes me nervous. Besides horror and RPGs, what other game genres am I interested in? I play a little bit of everything. But I would say outside of like horror, definitely very high up there. RPGs, very high up there. Fighting games. I've been a big time fighting game player for a very, very long time. Grew up playing like Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat in the arcades and stuff like that. And got into the competitive scene in kind of like the early 2000s. Started going to tournaments around like 2008. So I've played Street Fighter at EVO. I played Street Fighter 4, Marvel 3, Marvel 2, Third Strike. A bunch of other random stuff like King of Fighters, Skullgirls. But there's a lot of stuff out there that I tend to play like at least one game. Like I don't play a whole lot of extraction games like Tarkov and stuff like that, but I play Dark and Darker, which is like a medieval fantasy style extraction game. I don't play a whole lot of flight simulation games, but I play Kerbal Space Program. Lately I've been playing that a little bit off stream. Yeah, Valheim. I don't play a whole lot of survival crafty type games, but really enjoy Valheim. And The Long Dark, in terms of like survival simulation type games. Long Dark is also really good, and I'm meaning to do another playthrough of that at some point. Usually I tend to feel like doing that kind of in the winter part of the year, so I might save that for later this year. But The Long Dark finally finished up its full Wintermute story mode. So I want to do another playthrough starting from Chapter 1 and go all the way through to the end and stream all of it. No, I have not tried Arc Raiders. I was watching some people stream it when it first came out. Does not look like my kind of game. But there's also been times where I've looked at something and thought that it was not my type of game, and then start playing it and it becomes one of my favorites. That kind of wound up happening with Valheim. That kind of wound up happening with Phasmophobia. That wound up happening with Dead by Daylight. Because when my friend Trina first got me Dead by Daylight in 2016. Yeah, exactly. Those were all situations where somebody was like, here, just play this game. I was like, it doesn't seem like my kind of game. I was like, I don't really want to play Dead by Daylight. Usually I like more story-driven horror, not like arcadey horror games. And now I've been playing Dead by Daylight for almost 10 years. I have like 3,000 plus hours in that game. Yeah, Dead by Daylight, 10th anniversary next month. I'll probably do some streaming. I still stream DBD from time to time. I did a couple of streams when they brought back 2v8 recently. But I've just had other stuff on my mind. I'm really bad at just sticking with a single game. Even when it came to like Silent Hill and stuff. One of the reasons why I'm able to play that series for so many years is just because there are so many games in the series, and a lot of them are very different. So even swapping from game to game, plus going between like doing story playthroughs and speed runs and challenge runs, always keeps it interesting for me. But I still gotta switch stuff up. Lately, the main stuff I've been wanting to play has been Final Fantasy. I've been playing Final Fantasy 11, obviously. I've been playing Final Fantasy 8. I started a new playthrough of Final Fantasy 8 off stream. Because I was going through a bunch of Final Fantasy games when my health was really bad last year. It's another one of those series that I can play and just sort of... They're very comforting games. So I like stuff like that when I'm not feeling great. And I skipped Final Fantasy VIII. I replayed 7. I replayed 9 and 10. But I skipped out on 8. So recently I started replaying 8. And I'm remembering why I skipped it. There's a lot of stuff I really like in Final Fantasy VIII. But there's a lot of really, really dumb stuff. And just from a design perspective, that game is really strange. Like, you want to get lots of high-level magic, and you want to level up your GFs, but you don't really want to level up your characters. So there's always this sort of like weird metagame of when to run, when to draw magic, rushing the card ability so that you can turn enemies into cards and not get experience for killing them, but you still get AP for leveling your GFs. There's so many weird things in 8. But the story's pretty good. Still really like the story and the characters in 8. As weird as it is. Even for Final Fantasy standards. Haven't been on Dead by Daylight for a while, but took a break because Killer was getting really miserable. Yeah, that's kind of the cycle of DBD. It goes through phases where things will be especially kind of broken or imbalanced one way or the other. I just don't play it that seriously anymore. I spent enough of the first several years of playing that game, like, making sure to be rank 1, iridescent every reset, and all of that kind of stuff. Now it's just like, whatever. The game's full of broken shit and cheaters and all sorts of nonsense at this point. Just play it for those moments where things are kind of fun, where a silly build works out, or you manage to get a fun play. Just kind of play it for those little moments and not take the rest of it too seriously. It's also why I like 2v8. It simplifies the build system, so there's not like a whole bunch of worrying about perks and people running meta selection and whatever. And just the vibe in general of 2v8 is a lot more casual and arcadey, and just kind of fun. That's why usually I come back to DBD when they're doing their like different event modes. Played any Atlas RPGs like Persona 5 or 3, currently playing Soul Hackers 2. You know, I always hear so many good things about the Persona series, and I've never played any of them. The only one that I've played is Persona 4 Arena. I've played the Persona fighting game, so my knowledge of Persona is limited to that. Yeah, Rachel's the Persona player. It's funny, we've got, like, Rachel and I have a lot of our series that both of us play a lot of and know really well. Like, we're both really big Silent Hill fans and know the series really well. And then same with, like, a lot of other horror stuff in general. Resident Evil, Fatal Frame. But then there's a lot of stuff where, like, I play all the Final Fantasy. Rachel doesn't play any Final Fantasy. Rachel plays a lot of Mass Effect. I've only really played Mass Effect 1. And that was a long time ago, and it's not a game that I really revisit hardly ever. And Persona's one of those ones that Rachel has played a lot of, but I've only played the fighting game. The BioWare bitch. Why is that sadly? It's just what you like. And Dragon Age, like, that's another one where, like, I've played Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2. That's pretty much it. Well, yeah, true. That is a pretty sad part of it. But they keep teasing a Mass Effect return. Yeah, that's fair. Excited for tomorrow. Gonna see Mandalorian and Grogu. Have fun. I don't know anything about Mandalorian and Grogu. We don't really keep up with the new Star Wars stuff very much. We're big fans of a lot of the older stuff. Even a lot of the AU stuff. But we haven't really kept up with a lot of new Star Wars. And even in terms of Star Wars, Rachel, again, she's more of a Star Wars fan than I am. I'm a fan of the original movies. And I'll even sit and watch the prequels and stuff and still enjoy them for different reasons. But I'm not like a diehard Star Wars person. I'm much more of a Star Trek fan. In terms of my sci-fi, I'm a much bigger Star Trek nerd than anything else. And same goes for that, where I don't watch any new Trek stuff. I haven't seen Picard, I haven't seen Lower Decks, I haven't seen Discovery. But I've watched every Star Trek series from the original series up through Enterprise. You know, all of it through Red Letter Media. I mean, that's my only knowledge of the new stuff, is what they review. But I haven't gone and sat and actually watched any of it myself. Alright, that should be rank 2. Damn. 1,000 gil and my Windurstian ring. MP and intelligence doesn't do much for me as Monk War, but +1 agility. And I can get the mercenary set. At level 20. Just gonna rest up and run right back out. Do another round of crawlers in Yakuto. Try and get some more necklaces, some more silk, maybe some more beehive chips. Get the rest of the way to level 15, and then go start fishing, if I have enough money for the rod and bait. Let me actually pull this up. While since I've started fishing, double check what I can start with, because I know you can get a pretty cheap rod and bait just for your first few levels, getting into the range where you can start catching mode carp. From 0 to 9, you can just start immediately with mode carp with a Hume rod and insect paste. Let me double check here. Hume rod. Those are going for about 4,500. $4,500, and then insect paste for 3,600. It's a lot to start fishing. So I'm gonna need gill for that, and then I'm gonna need gill for prism powder. That's going for, just to get an idea of like how much money I need to make. 4,500 for a stack of prism powder. And 6,000 for a stack of silent oil. So I'm gonna need about 11,000 gil just for 2 stacks of sneaking and viz. And I'm going to need about 8,000 for the fishing rod and bait. So I just want to keep stacking crystals, try and farm up whatever more materials and stuff I can sell. If I can get a full stack of silk, that's like 10k. A stack of beehive chips is good too. Yugudo necklaces. Just a crystal. I mean, that's still money too. Decent amount of the starting money I've had so far has just been from selling stacks of crystals. And I don't think I'm going to really do crafting on this character. Like, I'll be doing fishing, but I don't think I'm going to really do anything else outside of that. At least not early on. Because no matter what crafting guild you decide to go with, it's a lot of guild investments. I'm going to try to be a little more focused with this character on just like progressing through missions and levels. But still got to make time for money, for gear and supplies. Although I do want to try gardening when I get enough guilds set up. I had already started doing a little bit of it on my previous mule character, the one that I deleted to make this hardcore character. So I did a few rounds of gardening with just vegetable seeds and herb seeds that I got from fighting saplings in Tarongi Canyon. And I mean, it's not a lot, but it's essentially just kind of passive income, just for checking on plants. It's the only thing with gardening. You just gotta make sure to log in and check them. And depending on what you're trying to grow, like certain days you have to like give them a crystal or something. But it's one of those things I never really did a whole lot of. and I've kind of realized the value of it when leveling cooking on one of my other characters. Seeing the cooking ingredients that you can only get through gardening. I was like, that's interesting. There's a lot of stuff on the auction house that you can't get it from NPCs, you can't get it from enemies, like dropping it. Somebody has to take their time and farm and garden. To keep a supply of items available to the rest of the community. I was like, that's pretty interesting. I want to try doing more of that. Because that's something I never did in all of my years of playing Final Fantasy XI. I never really focused on the gardening. It's also one of the reasons I still just really love playing this game. Like, damn near 25 years of experience playing it. And there's still so much shit in this game I've never really done. Or that I've done like a tiny little bit of, but not explored to the full extent. Hey, what's up, Yurimi? See, we've been talking about Star Wars. Star Wars. Are you gonna go see Mandalorian and Grogu, Yurimi? Are you gonna get a Mandalorian burger and a Grogu shake? Probably not like the show well enough, but as a press on, I can see the CWification happening in real time. Yeah, see, I never even saw the show. Oh, by the way, Hirimi, at some point, if you're able to log in for a second, I still need a link pearl to Nothing Masters on this new character. Since I can't, you can't just delivery box them. I can't just, like, send it to myself. Magic bones. Oh my god, he really is magic. He's hovering over the tree and the goblin. Can't remember if you were still in Juneau or not. Yeah. I won't be able to get to Juneau just yet. I mean, I could risk it, but that's a lot of risk on a hardcore character. When I don't have, like right now, I'm in the process of saving up money for Sneakin' and Viz so I can start making those runs. You're in Windy? Okay. If you outpost warp, I can meet you at the outpost in Saruda. So I'm right next to it. Streak. Go, level 15. I can focus. Silk thread, nice. Bless you. I mean, I've been sneezing and stuff too. Just all the pollen. Yard's going crazy. We got vines everywhere. Don't remember how to outpost warp. Just gonna get on a bird. Whatever works for you. It's just talking to the NPC in Port Windurst. There's a Taru kind of by where the fishing guild is. Looked it up, and what I found told me the wrong coordinates. I don't know. Like I said, whatever works. I'm just chilling by the outpost, farming crawlers. It's not far if you just want to run out. Just remind me at some point to actually show you where that NPC is. Because that's an important thing to know. You want to know how to outpost warp. Just the one silk out of all these crawlers. Being stingy. Yeah, we lost Saruta again. Windurst lost everything this week. Like, have you looked at the region map? We have Sanctuary of Zeta and Zarkabard. 2 zones. Two whole zones. Oh yeah, you need to make the pearl first. Thank you. Hooray. Time to go fishing. Made it to level 15. Now I'm an official nothing master. More beehive chips.
Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
Hey, Sasore. The Sasorade. Welcome, welcome. Hope y'all are doing well today. Thank you so much for the raid. You're excellent. That's good to hear. How goes Final Fantasy XI? We're still going. I just hit level 15 on my hardcore character, a brand new hardcore character. I decided to just randomly make a new character and start from scratch. And there are some unique rewards on Horizon, the private server that I'm playing on, for making a hardcore character. It's not something that was on the original retail Final Fantasy XI. So, like, the longer that you live without dying, the highest level that you can get without dying, like, as you progress, you get more rewards. So I figured I would make a new character and start from scratch and see how far I can make it in Final Fantasy XI without dying. I have a lot of years of experience playing this game, but that also tends to make me overconfident, especially in early game stuff. So usually when I'm, like, not trying to maintain a character without dying, I tend to get overconfident and die pretty early on in the game. It's also just a really difficult game. There's a lot of things that can just... a bad link, or a bad aggro, or an unlucky bit of timing with, like, a dot spell like Poison or Dia that prevents you from resting. Stuff like that can just kill you in an instant. But it's fun. Made a Let's Play of this game's expansions and add-on stories a few years back now. Very nice. And played Monk for it. I feel like Monk is good when you're just trying to, like, kind of progress through the game. Monk feels very fast for a lot of the early game solo stuff. They've got a lot of utility for, I mean, you pretty much always want to have a good damage dealer. And Monk is consistently a really good damage dealer, even with relatively cheap gear. So it's not a huge, like, investment in terms of gil, as much as a lot of other classes can be. I feel like Monk is a really good class for that kind of thing. But that's kind of my game plan for now, was to just do a very straightforward Monk to 18, unlock sub-job, start leveling Warrior, level Warrior up to 37, switch back to Monk, and then just do Monk the rest of the way to 75. If I make it to level 30 without dying on my hardcore character, by that point I might consider advanced jobs. I may do something like ninja or samurai or something else, but for now that's the game plan. It's just Monk Warrior the whole way. Ninja tanking was interesting. Ninja tanking is a lot of fun. I genuinely like the Utsusemi shadow rotation tanking and stuff like that. Ninja's a fun class. Alright, let's go sell some shit and see if I can get what I need to start fishing. And to make this a little bit more challenging, I'm not allowing myself to transfer items or gil or anything like that between my hardcore character and my non-hardcore characters. Otherwise, like, I've already got fishing rods and bait and all of that and plenty of money. That would just be too easy. So on top of trying not to die with this hardcore character, I'm also only allowed to use money and resources and things on this character. No transferring stuff between my other characters. Recently got to point out the Windurst auction house to people in 14. Very cool. That must be a lot of fun. Admittedly, a lot of the new Final Fantasy XI stuff in 14 has me somewhat tempted to start playing that game again, but I just resist. Because I've gone through that song and dance so many times already. I would just rather play this MMO. If I'm gonna spend time playing an MMO, it's gonna be this one. Nice, 5,300 waiting for us on stuff sold. And some more stuff to sell. Another stack of earth and wind we can go and sell. Just keep stacking everything else up. It's just a 24-man raid series, fun to see once, but wouldn't say worth resubbing just for that. Yeah. True, true. Hey, Pickles. Hardcore is going well. Made it to 15. So I can officially start my fishing adventure. Taking a moment to sell some stuff, buy my first bit of fishing gear. Sell all that. Then a Hume fishing rod. 4,400? Not quite. 4,500. And we got it. I see Mr. Pickle at the AH. Is that you? A relative? And some insect paste. 35. Nice. Basically all our money, but we will make that back in carp. And other things. See, how much is the fishing tunica? There's not even a basic one on auction right now, only the plus one. $7K. It's not stuff I need to worry about right now. But eventually. First cast of the rod on this character. Didn't catch anything. I just need a boost. Extra fishing attack. Terrible feeling. I just want to see if I can catch a single moat carp. Just to have officially started. Hey, moat carp number 1. Didn't even get a skill up. Alright, well, the fishing adventure has officially begun. But I need to go grind out some more experience while I've still got my chariot band. Give me some silk. Got a skull locust. I forget what those are for. Necklace, that's what we want. Skull locust. Oh, it's for making grasshopper broth. The fly trap. Even on Beastmaster, I never really used the fly trap. Yes, more silk. Not the dots. A lot of these are going to wind up being too weak for 15. Still dropping silk, though. was going to go clear the ones up there. Let's just go this way. Get the ones around Spippy, around the tower. Not the poison. Hey, what's up, Blue? The 5-stream streak, very nice. Alright, I need to top up health. Stupid poison. Just gonna go sit behind these rocks and rest. And I need to go grab some water, so I will be right back. All right. Back to it. Calculus isn't too bad. I think that's my third one. Yeah, so that's another 600. 600 gil and some fame. Try to farm some of the goblins too. If I can get a stack of wild onions, those sell for quite a bit. Too many things out here are just going to be too weak at 15, though. I'll be sad if Spippy's up. Nah, there's the placeholder. Although, level 15 monk... I'd almost be tempted to see if I could 2-hour and kill Spippy. Probably lose my hardcore character to that. You good are still easy prey. You're either first or last, no regrets. Big ball play. I don't know if that's necessarily the wisest approach to hardcore, but I respect it. And without a doubt, at some point, I'm going to just be like, ah, fuck it, gotta try. Gotta take risks at some point. Think of the bard songs that will be sung in your name. I mean, I think there's a limit to it. I don't know what the, like, lower limit is. But if your hardcore character gets beyond a certain point, when you die, it, like, tells the whole server. There's, like, a server-wide message. So it is, you do kind of get, like, your bard song sung in your name. You get the server-wide message that says, like, so-and-so has fallen at the level of whatever as a hardcore adventurer. '75's dying is an F-chat event. I've seen it. I've seen it multiple times now. I have seen those level 75 hardcore adventurers fall. Probably not enough population for it, but hardcore only server would be interesting if it had the same amount of players. Yeah, it's just already such a relatively small player base. I mean, the Final Fantasy XI player base is extremely strong considering how long this game's been around. But I feel like it's a pretty small percentage of even that that's really interested in sort of hardcore. Like, for a long time, I was not interested in hardcore because I'm like, this game's hard enough. But, I don't know. I just kind of, on a whim, decided to try it, just to see how well I could do. Wow, hardcore was heart-pounding. I mean, even this is I'm only up to level 15, and just even fighting easy prey, it's crazy how I've already had some relatively close calls. Where, like, my health gets down into the red. To me, that's what's really scary about Final Fantasy XI. It's not just the big, like, boss fights and big mission fights and things like that that are super scary. It's the fact that every little mundane encounter can potentially become deadly just through, like, one little misplay or one little bit of bad luck. So you really have to take into consideration, like, every little situation, where your health is at, what the enemy can do, if they have something that can, you know, put dots on, if they have something that can do a lot of surprise damage all at once, like a self-destruct move, or a final sting. If they can blind you, if they can paralyze you. Anything that can sort of, like, take away your turns. Because even some of these fights that are, like, well within what should be safe, one extra aggro at a bad time, one bad link, some unlucky rolls with paralyze, where your moves and abilities don't come out. It can be all over. Even from the easiest, most mundane encounters. Another calc. this. Stack of silk is coming along. Up to 10. Just need 2 more. Maybe we'll get those last 2 on the way back into town. For now, I'm gonna go use up the last little bit of my experience ring in Tarongi, because there's just not enough things that are still gonna be easy prey in Saruta at 15. Hey, what's up, Ram Ranch? Is it me, or does this game have great music? No, the soundtrack is definitely a big part of my enjoyment of this game. Of course, now we're in an area with no music, but when there is music, it's very good. I mean, we'll have the battle music once I get up to where I'm gonna fight things. But I do kind of like that there's a lot of these areas that don't have music. You just sort of have the ambient sound. Definitely adds a different kind of vibe to, like, traversing the world when you go from areas that do have really nice music to areas that are sort of quiet, a little more desolate or a little more dangerous. Also, I saw a carbuncle up there. Somebody is leveling Summoner out here. I'll have to go to a different spot. I don't think I even have that much left in my ring. I just don't want it to go to waste. Level 12, easy prey. Level 13, decent challenge. That one's on's only level 9. There's 1 level 9 level 13, decent challenge. That one's only level 9. 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 Just want to be careful not to link these. I can level on them. Yeah, like even the birds here can be a little bit scary. Their dive attack can just like randomly crit for crazy damage. And these two, I just really need to be careful to pull them one at a time. Especially since one's a decent challenge. Yeah, this one on the right. Bring it this way a little bit. Even just the decent challenge bird. Got me down under 100. Fucking level 13 bird fucking me up. If you die in this game, your character goes bye-bye. Well, you lose your hardcore status for the character. You don't necessarily have to, like, delete your character, but I think I would. I think I prefer to treat this like proper hardcore. If I die, I delete the character. Yeah. This game by default does not do that. Like, you still keep your character, but you lose your hardcore character status. And I think you can lose the rewards. Or like certain rewards. But no, if I die with this character, I'm just deleting them and starting a new one. Got a little less than 2 hours left on the ring. Plenty of time to use it up. Even just soloing like this. Obviously, like, being in a party would be faster experience, but getting out to the dunes right now with no sneaking and viz is just too risky. Diablo 3 does hardcore like that. You die, you gone with all your stuff. All you can do is make a new one. Yeah. That's how most things treat hardcore. I can understand why Horizon does it a little more forgiving, where you basically just lose your hardcore status, but still have all your stuff. Still have the character themselves if you want to continue. But that's why it's hardcore. Gotta have them stakes. Pretty much always die to arcane sentries on higher tier difficulty settings. I didn't play enough D3 to even really know why that's so dangerous. Need to play too many other things I'm playing. Especially something like Diablo, where I can really quickly become an almost MMO level time sink. Should be one of them spawning. I could also just try moving to another spot where there's more things. But these birds are relatively safe. And just in a safe level range as well. Yeah, Helldive is like the only thing to really worry about from them, and it's not too bad. Nice. The miss. This one should be level 16. Two more levels till sub-job. And I'll have to get some help getting my sub-job items. And then level 18 is my first it's where you get your first reward for hardcore. Killing them too quick now. I have to stand around and wait for the respawn. Up to 37 hand-to-hand skill. I think 40 was my next weapon skill. Shoulder charge, right? Yeah, shoulder tackle at 40. And it stuns. Having that stun, that'll also be a really important thing. Dealing with fighting things that can self-destruct or have a move that's just really dangerous. It's always nice being able to, like, react with a stun move. Gadius with the 80 stream streak. God damn. 80 streams. That's like 2 years. I think I do about 40 streams a year. Sound about right? Feels like it sometimes. I wish I could stream more. I wish I felt good enough to stream the way I used to. Slowly but surely it's like getting back there, but real life has a way of just stomping out any hopes for consistent schedules. There we go. Ring finally wore off. Top up my health, run back into town. Try and get my last 2 silk threads on the way into town. If I can get that full stack of silk sold. Get some more gil together. I really need sneaking and viz. Sneaking and viz meds are going to be super important on hardcore. It's just not going to be worth trying to be cheap and just risky. Because that's the thing, you can just sort of like move carefully. And as long as you're keeping an eye on a target, like you can see the distance that you are from the target in the top right. So you know what range it aggroes by sight and by sound. As long as you stay out of its line of sight and stay out of its range of sound aggro, you can just sort of move carefully around enemies. But all it takes is that one moment where they move unpredictably, turn at the last second. They stand in an area where you don't have enough leeway to get around them. It's just so much safer to have sneak and viz. It's just expensive. a lot of gil early on. Hey, what's up, Ultima? Hope you're doing well today. Can hardcore get gil and gear from your non-hardcore characters? Yes, but I'm not doing that. I'm not allowing that as part of the challenge. Like, you're able to do that. But I feel like that would make a lot of things too easy. Like, on my one character, I've got level 90 cooking. I could basically supply my hardcore character with an infinite number of... practically infinite number of, like, health regen items. So, I could make things much, much safer that way, along with a lot of super high quality food and just a lot of money for better gear, better supplies, things like that. Makes a lot of that just too easy. Too easy. The whole point of hardcore is to challenge yourself. So I'm treating it like a hardcore challenge should be. No sharing gil between characters. No sharing items between characters. Now, obviously, it's still like a community-driven game. We have our community here. We have our link shell. I'm the only one on right now. It's a very small community. Made up entirely of myself at the moment. But we've got like a couple dozen people who just all tend to play at like different hours. So obviously I'm not going to be like no trades, no help of any kind. Because I feel like that makes certain things practically kind of impossible or unreasonable. But I won't share anything between my own characters. And I'm treating it like true hardcore, where if I die, I just delete this character. See if I can get a few more necklaces. Yeah, some scrolls. Although my inventory is full. Get rid of the feathers. Paralyze. Out of the corner of my eye, watched you walk up and beat the shit out of that poor Yagudo while I just stood there and took it. Look, it was him or me. And I need the necklaces. And I need 2 more silk. Give me just 2 more silk. My grandmama gave me that chain. Come on. Give me the silk. Just 2 more. Like just 1 stack of silk, and the other couple of bits and bobs I've got to sell would be enough to cover my sneaking and biz meds. There's 1. One more. Just a crystal. I don't see the placeholder. Don't tell me Spippy's up. Either that or somebody just killed it. Level 16 monk with 2 hour. If Spippy was up. I might actually risk that. Lose the hardcore character to Spiny Spippy. Yeah, somebody must have just come through and killed the placeholder. Or Spippy itself. Because normally there should be another crawler right there. Oh, Spippy is up. Moment of truth. Do I risk it? Do I risk it? .309 HP. Just popping 2 hour and hoping to just out DPS it. I could lose my character right here though. I'm going for it. If I fuck up, I can try to just run. I can probably run to the tower. Good. Not even close. Miss Silk Cape! And my last silk thread. That's huge. That's huge. Big profit there. We get to sell that. And we got our silk for the stack of silk thread. Let's go home. Actually got the drop. Actually got the Miss Silk Cape. I've killed Spippy like 5 times on my other characters, where I'm trying to actually get it to use it on White Mage, and haven't gotten the drop yet. I finally get the drop, and it's on my Monk Hardcore character, where I'm not even going to use it. I'm just going to sell it. Hey, what's up, Wary? Favorite zombie movie ever? George Romero's Day of the Dead. Specifically, Day of the Dead. I love most of his of the Dead series, Night of Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, etc. Land of the Dead and onwards, not so much, but you know. But Day of the Dead, I absolutely love Day of the Dead. Well, Nub, if you're a true Zombies fan, name every zombie ever. Not even name every zombie movie, just name every individual zombie. You're right. Fake fan. LARPer, as the kids these days say. Even though having done actual LARPing and knowing people who are essentially full-time LARPers, live action roleplay is a lot of work and a lot of effort. It's kind of not an appropriate thing the way people use it now. Basically a replacement for Poser the way it's being used. Yeah, exactly. And I get why LARPer would get... Like, I understand why. Because it's like, oh, you're role-playing as something that you're not, to try to seem cool or fit in or whatever. But the actual activity of LARPing, I know people who took up, like, becoming full-on blacksmithing, like blacksmiths in real life. Learning insane skills on top of making costumes and, like, the actual performance aspect of it. There's a lot of physical activity, a lot of physicality, a lot of skill sets, a lot of stuff that goes into live action role. It's not not like an easy thing. It's a lot of fun, and I can definitely see why people like get super into it. Funny how times swap. When I was young, you get bullied for being a gamer. Today, there's people LARPing and posing as gamers without even playing games. Yeah. Isn't it wild how stuff changes like that? That's how it was when I was growing up. Like, gaming was seen as like a nerdy waste of time type of hobby. Like, people usually gave me shit for playing video games and watching anime and reading comics and all that sort of stuff. And now, like, comic book movies are the biggest movies in the fucking world. Everybody loves comics. Everybody loves video games. Everybody loves fucking anime now. And I mean, that's awesome. I'm glad that, like, society came around on that sort of stuff. People realized, hey, these things are actually cool. Like, there's a reason why so many people are fans of these types of things. Oh, we got so much good shit to go and sell. Cape is huge. Crystals. Even just 15 years ago, that was all big time nerd stuff. Yeah, even up to as recently as like 15 years, it was still kind of in that region. And for me, like, I was going, like, I'm fucking old, so when I talk about going through school and getting made fun of for like playing video games and stuff like that, that was going through grade school in like the 90s and middle school and high school in like the early 2000s. I graduated in 2006. That was my last year of high school. So, all the way up until at least that point, especially, I was in a little small town in Texas where the only thing anybody cared about was fucking football. So, if you played Pokemon, if you played card games, video games, watched cartoons, anime, stuff like that, anything like that was like ostracized, outcast as nerd shit. Miss Silk Cave, 40 big ones. I'll put it up for 39.8. Just get it sold. Necklaces is another 3K. Silk thread, that's another 10K. Couple hundred for the locust. And let's go trade in the calculi. And we're just waiting on stuff to sell. That Miss Silk Cape drop was huge. 40,000 gil at this point will float us for a decent little chunk of time. Plus the other stuff sold there. Almost 60,000 gil on the auction house once everything sells. That'll be my new gear set, new weapons, stack of silent oil, stack of prison powder, fishing bait. Can go ahead and invest in some of the better fishing rods if I need to for later. Covers a lot of stuff. And another 600 gil there for the crawler calculi. And a little bit more Windurst fame. We're doing quests and stuff later down the road. Time to relax and fish. I'll also be able to buy some fishing gear. More than enough from that Miss Silk Cape. I can go ahead and buy a set of the level 1 fishing gear. There we go. Very first fishing skill up on the second moat carp. But since I'm not going to worry about going for Lu Shangs on this character, and I'm not going to be trading items between characters, and I'm just going to sell all my moat carp. Be a nice, regular, easy income. Lost my catch. Lack of skill. Skill issue. Actual skill issue. Nope. This one's gonna be an item. Rusty underwear. I mean, I guess I can sell it. Even the rusty shit, I can sell for a little bit. How's it going, Grove? Caught any big ones? I've caught exactly 3 moat carp so far. We just hit level 15 on our hardcore character today. So I just hit the minimum level necessary to start fishing. No, my lack of skill. Hold on. Let me go grab the money for these fire crystals that just sold. I should have enough to buy 1 or 2 pieces of fishing gear. It'll make these first few levels of catching moat carp a little bit more consistent. Found a mama snake with a baby snake on her back out amongst the strawberries this afternoon. It's been blissful. That sounds awesome, Grove. We have some like rat snakes and stuff that live around our area, around our house and on our property. But usually we don't run into them too often. I've seen them climbing up the brick walls around our garage. And we don't have strawberries in our garden, but we do grow dewberries, southern dewberries, which are kind of like little blackberries. Thankfully, have not come across any snakes when I'm out there picking berries. But we do find their skins, so we know they're still around. Ladybugs are helping with the aphids on your cherries in training. I wish we just got the good ladybugs here. Unfortunately, we get a lot of the, like, invasive lady beetles. And they're a bit more of a problem. $10,000 for a fishing tunic. $26 maybe for some gloves. $25. Hey. Fishing skill +1. Just for putting on some gloves. 7,000 for the pants. $3,500 for the boots. How about 33? Hey, getting stuff on discount. Fishing skill +2. Good enough for now. Cannot fish here. Don't lie to me. Don't you lie to me. Yeah, moat carp is good feeling now. Just with the 2 pieces of gear. Instead of, don't know if you have enough skill. Yes, the silk thread. 10,000. This is an item. Cancel it. Terrible feeling. Give up and reel in. I might just go grab the silk thread money and go ahead and get the fishing tunic. Might as well. Figure out what to do. I need to sell that bird egg. No. They want more than 10K for it, and it's the only one up there. And the anglers are 15. I'll just do the pants instead. Got him for 6. Plus 1 fishing skill. Begin the carpeting. Oh, actually, let me see if I can fix some of my chat log stuff. I took the advice of one of the Final Fantasy XI streamers who rated me the other night. They brought up a good point that just to be safe, if you're streaming an MMO, cover up the chat window. Never know when somebody could send harassing or inappropriate messages just to try to get you in trouble on streams. Thankfully, haven't really run into anything like that, but it's the internet. Better safe than sorry. But I also sort of need to fix what stuff shows up in what window. So window 1 is what I have visible. People who are in the link shell should be fine. We'll keep all the other public chat stuff in the hidden window. Emotes is fine, messages is fine, NPC conversations. That's all visible. That's all visible. There we go. So, link shell chat, y'all will be able to see. And you'll be able to see battle information and emotes and text from NPCs. Yeah. There we go. That way stream can still see all the main things that are happening in the game. But all the public chat stuff that I don't have any kind of control over, all of that should be hidden. So many items. It's definitely not as efficient going for Moat Pier compared to Knightswell in Ronfar next to Sandoria, but I just don't have easy access to that right now. Fishing skill rises 0.2 points. I almost never see 0.2 increases. I only ever see 0.1 at a time for fishing. Too many terrible feelings. It's already my first stack and a half of moat carp. I think I'll just do a couple stacks for now and sell them. Might try to go ahead and get my 2-1 mission done. And then I just need to trade crystals to skip 2-2. And then I don't have to worry about 2-3 for a while until I've leveled up. Hey, what's up, Pete? Fishing skill level 1. With another 0.2. Going crazy with the 0.2 increases. Go ahead and catch the item. Rusty underwear. Sometimes you can get like a silver ring and stuff like that. NPCs for like 200 or 300. Even the rusty subgear, even the rusty gear sells on the auction house for like a few hundred. It's not totally worthless. actually be depleted. Yeah, I'm only getting gold carp, and I can't catch them. But got a stack to sell already. Still got another half stack of bait. Come back to that later. $3,300 for stacks of carp for the time being. Really just kind of waiting on stuff to sell now. Waiting on the Miss Silk Cape to sell. Got super lucky with that drop. Once that sells, I can grab sneak oil, prism powder. That way I can safely run out to dunes or pretty much wherever for leveling. It'll also make doing some other missions and quests and things like that a little bit easier. In general, just make things safer for a hardcore character. Always want to have sneak and invis on hand. Can upgrade my gear. Can do a lot of stuff once that cape sells. Throwing the bird egg away. Got that stuff. We got our most of our fishing equipment. Double check here, 2-1. Oh no, I don't actually want to do this yet. This is the fossil rock one. It actually is pretty dangerous without sneaking invis, because I have to go through Maze of Chakrami. hold off on missions. I think I was mid-20s when I soloed this one. I mean, once my stuff sells and I can afford sneak and invis, I should be able to do it just fine. I just don't have the money for the meds yet. Was stubborn and didn't want to spend my gil, wanted juicy gear. That's fair. Hey, Thanos 11 has reached level 75 on Summoner as a hardcore character. See, if you make it all the way to 75, you get that server-wide message. It'll also tell you if you die. Hardcore 75 Summoner. I totally forgot about free sword bottles. 2 accuracy, 3 attack, 3 damage. I'll actually take those. Can't imagine leveling up that much without dying. I'm so bad, but one day I'm probably going to be sick at this game. I keep telling myself one day I'll be sick at this game. I've been playing it for 24 years. Maybe one day. Sign of a very cool game if you ask me, though. I agree. There's a lot to this game. There's a lot of aspects and facets to this game. There's a lot of depth to it. So even after a whole lot of years of playing this game, nice, already starting my next stack of silk. Even after, 20 plus years of playing, there's still a ton of stuff that I've never done, or that I've, only got a little bit of experience with. There's still tons of stuff that I can improve on and do better and learn more about. Even after all this time. Let's see, what do I want to do? just kind of out and farming. Little XP here and there. Try and get some more stuff together to sell. Because even with the Miss Silk Cape, like 40k, I'll blow through that real quick. Especially with sneaking and biz, that's going to be like 12k right there. I might actually just go ruins. And farm maybe goblins for onions. It's that or Gideus for necklaces. Check Spippy again. Imagine I get it twice in one night. Back-to-back Miss Silk Capes. Just easy 80,000 gil. Someone's over here. Placeholder's dead. Another person running around. I got lucky that I caught it when I did. Like, some days, there's never anybody out here. You pretty much just got free range to sit and camp and not have it contested. But it seems like there's a lot of people on right now. Yeah, 1800, 1900. Satchel. The satchel's working. I was like throwing stuff on the ground, making space earlier. I could have been putting stuff in the satchel. I can't remember. I feel like Horizon added some mobs that are higher level in here. That I need to be careful of. This is all too weak. This one's easy prey. There we go. Beetles are decent. A little bit spooky. That one's too weak. Rest up and try a beetle. Critical. And they can strength down me. Yeah, that's scary. A little bit scary. Heal to full and then try the bats. They're the same level. Same level as the beetle. Level 14. 2 levels below me, so decent challenge. But we're already at that part of the game where even a decent challenge enemy below your level beats your ass. These aggro. Okay, good to know. God, the critical hits. Why do these things crit so often? Hey, shoulder tackle. Ouch. And then the other beetle is an even match. This ain't happening. I thought I'd be a little bit safer here at 16. But not quite. It's a bit risky. Got my shoulder tackle though. Worth it just for the skill ups. Some other people down here doing stuff. Maybe running through their missions. Well, I've already outgrown the stuff here. At least on Monk, I could always just swap to Warrior. Preemptively start leveling that before sub-job. Managed to combo it before Dia went off. Smooth stone number 3. Let's go give it to the pickle lady. Will this be the perfect smooth stone? Hey, what's up, Sourdough? Hey, I'm new here. Is this hardcore and add-on? No, it's a unique mode that was added for this particular private server for Horizon. Oh, I've been meaning to get pebbles. I can actually get some here. So yeah, whenever you make a new character, there's an NPC that you need to talk to. There's one in each of the starting nations. So you just talk to the NPC, and you have to make sure to do it before you gain any experience points. But you just talk to the NPC, and they'll enable hardcore. You'll get the little sword and shield icon next to your name like I've got. And then periodically, as you level up and hit milestones, you get different rewards. Most of it is like cosmetics and gear, stuff like that. Some of it's pretty useful. I think you can get a warp ring. And some other cool stuff. No, it's not that severe. If you die, you lose hardcore status on the character. So you, like, lose your rewards, you lose your hardcore status, but it doesn't automatically delete your character. But for me, I'm playing a full-on hardcore challenge. So I am abiding by extra rules. Like, I'm not allowing myself to trade items or gil or anything between characters. Normally you can if you want to, but I feel like it's more challenging not to do that. And if I lose my character, I will just full-on delete. If I die and lose hardcore status, then I just give up my character. But yeah, I would say give Horizon a shot if you're interested. It's free, so I mean, it's not like you need to pay for anything. Just install it, see if you're feeling it. Look like one of the few that doesn't allow multi-boxing. Yeah, they're fairly strict with stuff like that. You even have to go through like a verification process with the devs if you have like multiple people playing from the same place, same IP and stuff. But they do a pretty good job at mitigating too many people abusing multi-boxing and power leveling. A lot of the spamming that you get on retail for like mercenaries, mercs, and RMT and all that kind of shit, you know, they're fairly strict about all that stuff. But like from everything I've experienced, the server's been really good. I've really enjoyed my time on Horizon. A lot more than some other private servers. I like it a lot more than the previous private server that I was on, Nasomi. And I definitely like the classic Final Fantasy XI experience a lot more than retail. Start making use of that. Macro for throwing rocks at things, because I was running into that issue where sometimes I need to pull something from a distance just to approach it a little bit safer. Let's go price out some gear. I might be able to get a few things with the money that I have right now. But otherwise, I'm just waiting for the rest of my things to sell. Mainly the cape. Do a little more fishing. Of course, I just got the free swords. Sandoria version is much better and only 1,500. Actually, is it much better? 338, 3 and 2. Faster. More accuracy, less attack. Kingdom version's 15K. Attack to accuracy, 86 delay. You're slower to give a little bit of HP. No, these are fine. 3 attack, 3 damage, 66 delay. Without spending a ton of money, there's not too much better for the moment. And I'm level 16. I can wear the full bone set. If I can afford +1 pieces, that's a decent bit of evasion as well. I could just go cotton headband. That's only 3k. Do that. See if I can get it cheap. $3K. $6K for bone harness. None of the bone harness +1 stuff is too expensive. Once the cape sells, I can probably get a few pieces of it. Power E is also a good option, and it's only 1,000. Let's just do that. Just get the strength +1. And that's pretty much all my money until stuff sells. Hang on to the rest of my gear for level sync. And in case I do decide to level Sam or Nin, or some of these pieces that I can reuse on Warrior when I start working on that. I should have sold the brass knuckles while I was over there. That's fine. See if we can get some more carp. That's just going to be an item. Whoops. I keep hitting my macro for fish without switching over to the macro set. I like the idea of just my character, my monk, trying to boost as though it's going to help me catch fish. My boosted attack power will catch more fish. Although it seems like it's doing the opposite. There we go. That's a moat carp. They do exist. The pool's not completely empty. Need 3 more for 1 more sellable stack. Although it doesn't seem like there's very many in the pool. Considering I just get bites from gold carp. Which is fine on my other character. I'm actually at the skill level where I'm skilling up on the gold carp, while also fishing up the moat carp for Lushangs on one of my non-hardcore characters. But starting off here, I don't want those gold carp. I just want the moats. Yagudo feathers sold. Not the big sale I'm waiting for, but something actually sold. 300 gil in the bank. Just need someone to buy that cape. Although I should be almost done with this stack of bait. Two more stacks of carp so far. Yeah. Almost out. Put another 2 stacks of carp. basically already made back what I spent on the rod and bait. Fishing level 2. That's it. One full stack of bait. But 2.5 stacks of carp. Plus the ones I'd already put up. They're fluctuating a lot. Go ahead and sell those. Yeah. Those are already being undercut. Price is already dropping on them. We'll just put them back up for a little less. I'm just going to go ahead and sell these. Alright, pretty productive. Halfway through level 16. On our way to 17. Killed Spiny Spippy, got the Miss Silk Cape drop. Finished out some stacks of drops. Got a bunch of stuff sold. First 2 levels of fishing. First few stacks of carp sold. Or at least up for sale. Probably where I'm going to call it here. But that's a lot more progress on this hardcore character. Hopefully by next stream, all that stuff will have sold. I can buy all my new gear, get some sneak and invis, and make it out to do some leveling. Put my life in the hands of parties going forward. But we'll see how that goes. But till then, at least for now, that's going to be it. Thanks everybody for coming by, hanging out, spending your time here. I really appreciate it. Let me see if somebody's around for us to raid. Actually, I'm gonna raid Stinky Train. Trina's a good friend of mine. She's done a lot of emotes and artwork and stuff for my channel over the years, and just been a very, very good friend, and really funny, super entertaining streamer. Great sense of humor, and super talented artist. Definitely show her some love. She's playing Crime Scene Cleanup, or Crime Scene Cleaner. I think it's like a kind of similar to like a power wash simulator, but gory crime scenes and things like that. But we'll go check it out. Show her some love. Drop her a follow if you're not already following her. I'll see you guys next time. Till then, be good to yourselves. Be good to each other. Much love. Peace.